El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http:// www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Good morning. Today is Monday, October 7, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation from Pam Farrell.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge, Commissioners, county officials, all of you, it's a great privilege to be with you today. And once again, I invite you to join me as I pray, if you so choose. O Prince of Peace, with grateful hearts we thank you for your gifts of order and justice, which are provided by your presence in this world. We celebrate you and lift your name on high today. Your word exhorts us that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, and especially for all who are in authority, that we may lead quiet and peaceable lives in all godliness and reverence. In light of your word, we pray for all who are in authority in El Paso County. We lift up our county judge, our commissioners, our elected officials, and our administrative leaders to you. Be close to them. Lead and guide them. Make them men and women who are easily approached, slow to anger, kind to their staff, to county employees, and to their fellow man. Let them be servant leaders. In the book of Deuteronomy, we are told that our obedience brings blessings. The Lord will open to you his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain to your land in its season, and to bless the work of your hand. You shall lend to many nations, but shall not borrow. O Lord, please bless the work of the hands of all who are in this court today. Give them wisdom and guidance to represent their constituents well. In response to their obedience and financial responsibility, we trust you to bless and prosper our county and our citizens. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you, Ms. Fromm. Okay, we are ready to start. And for our large audience, I apologize for the inconvenience of being in this room, but it'll be all worth it when we get back to our bigger venue. Jessica, thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4J. Are there any items of members of the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion?
For item C, please.
Any other items? We have a motion to accept the consent minus item C for Commissioner Perez.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring October 24, 2019 as Lights On After School Day in El Paso County, Texas. They're reading for you.
Excuse me, just.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to wait for the gang to get in here so you can see all their wonderful faces. My name's Elisa Morales, and I'm the Healthy Kids Director at the United Way. The Paso Norte Health Foundation, through the Ignite Initiative and supported by the United Way of El Paso County, have been working to ensure that youth in our region have access to quality out-of-school time programs. Through these programs, they provide essential support such as caring adults, a safe place. They promote healthy habits, which are really important, and provide opportunities for enrichment that allow our youth to thrive and become healthy adults. The out-of-school programs prevent youth from participating in risky behaviors. The hours of 3 to 6 p.m. are peak times that youth are likely to be involved in criminal behavior. And out-of-school programs give youth an opportunity to instead be in a safe place where they will gain positive skills. Today is an important day because we're acknowledging the positive impact of out-of-school programs, and here are some of those amazing leaders. You see them in the
Good morning.
and we're asking for your support to expand these types of opportunities in our community. We're joined by these individuals that are leaders in out-of-school time in our community. They are on the front lines working every day to make sure that youth have the essential supports that they need to thrive. So we want to thank you for your opportunity. We've been able to engage the county, and again, thank these individuals for the hard work that they do. And I'll just quickly go ahead and name the organizations that we have in this room. So we have El Paso.
Read the resolution for you first, or
Oh, yes.
before we
Sure.
get started?
Sure.
If you don't mind?
Yeah.
That'd be good. Okay, so it's my privilege. Whereas the citizens of El Paso County, Texas stand firmly committed to quality after-school programs and opportunities as they strive to provide safe, challenging, and engaging learning experiences that help children develop social, emotional, physical, academic skills, engage families, schools, and community partners in advancing the health of our children, support working families by ensuring their children are safe and productive after the regular school day ends or during school breaks, and offers flexibility to the needs of youth, providing a space to promote positive relationships with peers, staff, families, trusted adults to narrow the achievement gap. And whereas the Paso del Norte Health Foundation ignites initiatives and partnerships with United Way of El Paso County, have provided significant leadership in the area of after-school and summer programming for youth in the community, grounded in the principle that quality after-school programs are key to helping children become healthy and successful adults. And whereas Lights On After School, the national celebration of after-school programs held this year on October 24th, 2019, promotes the importance of quality after-school programs in the lives of children, families, and communities. And whereas more than 35,000 children and youth in the county of El Paso do not participate in any out-of-school activity, and whereas the demand for after-school programs outweighs their availability, with more than 1.5 million children waiting to be placed in an after-school program in the state of Texas. Whereas the El Paso community is committed to investing in the health and safety of all young people by providing after-school and summer opportunities that will help improve the health of youth and close the achievement gap. Now therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that October 24th, 2019 be declared as Lights On After School Day, and encourages the community to engage in innovative after-school programs and activities that ensures the lights stay on and the doors stay open for all children after school. Signed this 7th day of October, 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego.
Aye,
Motion carries.
thank you, and I apologize, I didn't mean that. We'll just,
No, absolutely.
Commissioner Robinson will. Once again, my apologies that we don't have the other facility. It's would have been excellent.
But we have
You
your
feel
support,
cozier?
and that's important. So I'll just quickly,
Well,
if you
thank
don't
you.
mind, just say the
Absolutely.
organizations. We have the El Paso Public Libraries, EPISD Community Schools, the Boys and Girls Club of El Paso, the Boy Scouts of El Paso, and then we have the YMCA. So thank you again so much for your support.
Well, thank you. And if you don't mind, we'd like to do another resolution, and then if we could all step out as we could take pictures in front of the Veterans Wall, if you don't mind. So, and it would be nice to have the young children that are coming in too. But you guys could have a seat as there is a place, I'm hoping.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 5B, approve and adopt a resolution designated October 6th through 12th, 2019 as National 4-H Week in El Paso County, Texas, and commend the 4-H Youth Development Program of Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service and the many men and women who have made the program a success.
Would you mind asking them to come in? Hello. got to meet these young ladies. I didn't know about the other children.
They were hiding.
They were in the back, okay. So let me, my privilege to read the resolution. Whereas the El Paso County is proud to honor the 4-H Youth Development Program of Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension service for 112 years of providing experience-based education to youngsters throughout the Lone Star State. And whereas this admirable program, which seeks to provide a learning experience for the whole child, including head, heart, hands, and health, helps young Texans to acquire knowledge, develop life skills, and form attitudes to enable them to become self-directed, productive, and contributing members of our society. Whereas it's more than 550,000 urban, suburban, and rural youth participants ranging in age from 8 to 19 hail from diverse ethnic and socioeconomic backgrounds and truly represent a cross-section of the state. And whereas the program undoubtedly could not have achieved the success that it has today were it not for the service for its more than 22,000 volunteers who have given generously of their time, talents, energies, and resources to the youth of Texas. And whereas throughout its proud history, the 4-H program has developed positive role models for countless Texans, and through its innovative and inspiring program continues to build character and to instill the values that have made our state strong and great. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that October 6 through 12, 2019 be designated as National 4-H Week in Texas and commence the 4-H Youth Development Program of Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service and the many men and women who have made the program a success. Signed the 7th day of October 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you mind saying a few words, please, for
Sure. We really appreciate you having us here today. This is some of our youth in the county that were able to come this morning, so we really appreciate you having us. And we do have some invitations. We'll be celebrating 4-H week all week long, but on Saturday we have our one-day 4-H, which is every 4-H group in the nation is encouraged to do a community service project for the community that provides them all the support. And so we have some invitations. We have some invitations for y'all.
Oh, thank you.
This year, our one-day 4-H will be at the Isleta Lutheran Mission.
Thank you. Thank you. This spring one.
Thank you.
Well, you know, Betsy and I had the opportunity to be at the Coliseum at the fair, county fair, and that was just so incredibly inspiring. The young people that were there, and you know, being able to participate in such an event, and for us to be able to be supportive of that. But I had other discussions, and I'll communicate that later to the commissioners as to some of the challenges that you had in order to get to that point. It was such a nice gala and dance and everything. I just assumed everything else was in perfect order. And but you know, I got Andrea to talk to them as well, and she will be contacting them because what you're doing is just so important and for our youth, and so we want to be part of that. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to have this resolution in support of your organization.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we'll step out there and take some pictures.
Yes, sir. Hi, Judge. How are you? Good to see you too. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Hi, Commissioner. How about favorite tonight? My volunteer. I'm good. How are you doing? You look good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ready? Yeah.
We're ready?
What's up? Commissioner wants to know if I told him he did.
So you know what? I saw that. Get on the wall. I'll just stand in front of you.
What's the deal, dude?
Carl, how in the world are you?
There you go.
There you go, Lori.
Smile, you on camera.
1,
Smile, Bill.
I am.
Good?
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can
Okay,
talk.
I'll come visit. I'll come visit, catch you up. Thank you for everything. Good
Well, I'll probably speak about
Hey, you're in the camera.
Thank you so much.
Don't bring you on.
He's not close.
Carl, we'll see you, buddy.
How about we can roast the chicken right in front of that microwave?
Move your chair just
Item number 6 is public comment, and we don't have anybody signed up to speak today, so no action for item number 6. Item number 7A, presentation. Present a certificate of recognition and a flag flown over the El Paso County Courthouse to Sergeant Soros S. Rayon, 1st Armored Division Brigade Non-Commissioned Officer of the Year.
Good morning. Stand front and center. How's that?
Morning.
Well, it's my honor, my pleasure, privilege to recognize this. We have a motto, for those who don't remember, that says that Fort Bliss is El Paso and El Paso is Fort Bliss. Fort Bliss has been a part of our community for decades, and the soldiers at Fort Bliss have been outstanding, provide many different resources in our community, mainly their presence, and we send them off to Afghanistan, Iraq, and different places to defend this country, to defend our honor. And today, I want to recognize, back in 2015, Fort Bliss was recognized, General Stephen F. Twitty was the Commanding General of Fort Bliss for the Summer Division. And Fort Bliss was dedicated and recognized. If you go to the History Museum, you will see what I'm talking about, where there are several indications of, said the Wall of Giants. The 1966 UTEP basketball team was on the Wall of Giants with Don Haskins. 2015, Fort Bliss was recognized in the History Museum on the Wall of Giants. They had a big ceremony in front of the History Museum. The mayor and all the other dignitaries were there. I had the honor to recognize General Twitty and present the award to General Twitty. Anyway, so what the aftermath of that is that I established an award when I was at City Council to recognize soldiers of Fort Bliss, and I want to continue that tradition by doing it today. So Sergeant Ryan Swords, that's his name, that's kind of backwards. We use his last name first, his first name, Ryan Swords, and he was nominated by Fort Bliss command channel from the commander general on down to recognize outstanding soldiers. So he has been in the Army, U.S. Army, for how many years?
2 years.
2 years. Well, make us a long story short, he's one of the outstanding soldiers of Fort Bliss, by being recognized as Soldier of the Month, Soldier of the Quarter, Soldier of the Year, different things of that nature. They're also involved with working in the community. So we recognize the soldiers for their participation and their dedication to being a soldier at Fort Bliss, U.S. Army, defending us, as well as being a part of our community. So we have a plaque to present to you, but excuse me just a minute. Good. Okay. Sergeant Ryan Swords, then we're gonna get the plaque back. HHC 123rd Brigade, Support Battalion, 3rd Armored Brigade, 1st Armored Division, in recognition of your exemplary service to our nation and the El Paso community. Soldiers are recognized by this motto. You epitomize the line that says, Soldiers Creed. I am a warrior and a professional. El Paso is Fort Bliss, and Fort Bliss is El Paso. Dated today, October 7th, 2019. Sergeant Ryan Swords, Wall of Giant, El Paso, Texas. I want to present this person to you, sir. And we're not done with you yet.
Thank you, sir.
And Judge?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's always a great pleasure. We do have a great relationship with Fort Bliss. I've been able to participate in a lot of the events, and I'm so encouraged. We'll be even more encouraged that when you guys leave the military, you stay in El Paso, okay? So if there's anything that we could do to accomplish that, we're available to do that. And
I'm not going anymore.
He's got a long time.
So after you finish your time or whatever you want to, what do you call it? Your Not your time, it's the sound, the time doesn't sound good, but your career, that's the one I was looking for. And that El Paso, we welcome, we just are very encouraged by the caliber of soldiers that come out of Fort Bliss, and we'll do everything possible to make sure that you make El Paso your home. So thank you very much, appreciate it.
And the flag was flown over, the certificate and the flag was flown over the county.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here as well, appreciate your support.
Do you all want to go out and take a picture now?
Yes, please.
Before we do that, we need to, who came with you? Chain of command came with you?
My first sergeant and my commander.
First, stand up, who are you?
And my wife and my brother.
Oh.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
The name?
Captain Zachary Wilkins. I'm a HHC commander.
First sergeant?
First Sergeant Willie Edmonds, HAC.
I'm a retired first sergeant. And who else came from Fort? Who are the other soldiers?
Yes, I'm Captain Noah. I'm the Brigade's Community Relations Officer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sergeant Alon Humphrey and Brigade PAO.
And thank you for being here as well.
We also have his wife.
And
His
and
wife
this
is
is
also in the Army.
The most important in the chain of command.
Thank you, thank you. Would you guys, would you mind going down?
It's nice having you all in the building.
Thanks for having us.
Commissioner?
Follow me.
That's a bigger one.
I'll tell too.
We'll get you the pictures. Thank you. Sorry.
Right away.
Everybody, squeeze me, squeeze me.
3, 2, 3.
You
guys want to come in and take a picture as well? Yeah. Thank you.
Everybody's here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes.
First sergeant.
I will, sir. I'll say I gotta listen more. That's all I say.
A good commander will look at the first sergeant.
That's what I do. Every time I'm like, I'm thinking this. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
It's just last first.
Yeah, sorry.
Item 7B, receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Amy, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm Amy with County Court Admin. This past month, the judiciary has been busy working on various projects, committees, and other items that we'd like to tell you about. The Council of Judges adopted a resolution in support of the creation of the Justice Leadership Council. We're excited for this, as this will be another opportunity to collaborate together with you all. The Courthouse Security Committee, Council of Judges, and County Admin are working to submit a County Essentials grant application through the Governor's Office. This grant is to assist and to improve the security here at the courthouse. Additionally, we are committed to providing a positive experience for our jurors and potential jurors. Therefore, we've created a jury experience task force. This committee's focus is to develop a plan that will better improve their experience when they come to serve. Essentially, it's a customer service proposal that will come up with ideas and will be implemented in a short period of time without significant changes to our current process. This goal is to present this plan to the Council of Judges in November. And lastly, this past month, as you all know, David Slayton and Jeffrey from the Office of Court Administration came to El Paso to meet with our courts and other justice partners. They were impressed to see our progression and the direction that we are moving in. They also believe that we will be the leaders of change in Texas, thanks to our judges, our professional staff, our working relationship with you all, with county admin, with CJC, the sheriff, and the clerk's offices. They'll be here to provide assistance with us to further our efforts in areas of case management, pretrial reform, judicial metrics, and court security. Because we truly strive, for excellence with their assistance and our hard work. We're on our way to becoming the first county in Texas to be recognized for a court system of excellence. So we're very proud of that, and we're excited to do that work. That concludes our report. Do you all have any questions?
No, just once again, thank you for the relationship, and that we try to inform each other, and I think things are working so much better, having that kind of understanding and relationship, and thank you for the report. We really encourage that continues every month. And Judge Morales, thank you, and Judge Chu for everything you do to keep us informed, and the meetings we have during the month, they're very valuable to all of us.
And thank you very much. We appreciate the way we've been able to work together very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ingrid. Appreciate it.
And it's a feel-good morning with all the resolutions. I feel very good leaving here today, so thank you.
Well, just a second.
Oh, you're not done yet.
Oh, I'm not done. I was like,
Commissioner
Well, got a question for the recognition you talk about, is that a state recognition or a national recognition?
it's state. It could potentially turn into something greater, but for now, we're working towards a state recognition for the courts of
And how difficult is that process?
Well, there's some other courts in Texas who have achieved this, but it's one court. Our goal is for all of our courts, and so it's ambitious, but we're ready and up for the challenge, and I think it's something that that we will make.
So is there any other city or county that has all the courts recognized? Or?
No, we will be the first.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Let's make it happen.
Yes.
When do you find out?
Well, the work is now in progress, but we have work to do to get to that finish line. It could be maybe about a year. So we're working on the court metrics, which Betsy, IT, a bunch of other departments here have worked really well together to start that initiative. So there's court tools, which I'm sure you've heard of many times. So it involves court tools. The jury experience is what we're talking about. So that's what we're developing so that people, when they come, that they have a positive experience. Sometimes I know you see there's large panels that come, they're standing here on the third floor, and so we're trying to come up with ideas that will give them more breaks, more options for lunch, better communication. It's hard to have a large group of jurors and everybody hear the same message that we're giving them, and so we're working on that just so that there's so people leave here happy and willing and wanting to serve on our jurors.
So having the recognition by this Thursday at the state of the county, it's not gonna work?
Not quite.
Not quite, right? Yeah, I was hoping we'd have that ready.
We will for next year though.
Okay, good, thank you.
Well, at least you know it's in progress.
It's in progress, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
thank
Have a
you,
good day.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Item number 8, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action to waive fees for the use of Ascarate Park on November 23rd, 2019 to El Paso Community College in connection with the National Junior College Athletic Association Half Marathon Championship.
All right, so, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I put this item on the agenda. I was contacted by EPCC and met with Ms. Mo, was it last week?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. They are planning on having a pretty great sporting event, and they would like to obviously utilize Escalante Park on the 23rd of November for this event. It's the National Junior College Athletic Association Half Marathon Championship, and so they approached me in my office to talk about whether or not we could waive fees for the use of the park for the event. And so that's not a decision that I can make on my own, and it's not a decision that Veronica can make either. I know that they reached out to her as well, so I wanted to bring it to the Commissioner's Court and have Ms. Mo speak to you about the event, and then if we feel that we'd like to waive the fees, then we can have a vote on that. So, thank you.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Carrie Moen, and I'm the Associate Vice President of External Relations for El Paso Community College and serving as the 2019 NJCAA Half Marathon Championship Tournament Director. With me is Felix Hinojosa, EPCC's Athletic Director and the 2019 Half Marathon Race Director. In 2017, EPCC approached the county with the ambitious idea of bidding to host the NJCAA Half Marathon Championship. In order to do so, we had to compile an extensive packet and proposal showing that we are professionally and logistically ready to host this type of event. And we also had to show community support. So in November of 2017, we approached our partners, including the County of El Paso, knowing that Escalante Park would be an ideal location for this event. The county judge at the time wrote us a letter in support of our bid, and I'm proud to share with you that because of the proposal and all the letters of support we had from the community, the bid was successful. And in 2019, the NJCAA Half Marathon National Championship will be held right here in El Paso County. In addition to that, they were so impressed with our proposal that they also awarded us to hold the race in 2021 as well. They were very impressed that our county was welcoming and supportive of this type of event. El Paso County has been a longtime supporter of El Paso Community College, and we value your ongoing support, so we always thank you for working with us. The event is expected to bring in more than 130 athletes from nearly 20 community colleges across the country to El Paso. This is especially meaningful for our community since EPCC's men's and women's half marathon teams were both championships in half marathon in 2018. So they'll be defending their title at home. We are committed to showcasing our city and our county and are asking for your support to help provide each of these athletes with a first-rate experience. We're going to be able to show them what El Paso is about, what El Paso County has to offer, and what a great destination our community is. So to do so, we're requesting a fee waiver for the use of Escalante Park. We respectfully request this both as an opportunity to jointly welcome visitors to our community, but also in consideration that EPCC regularly waives fees for county use of our facilities. In 2018 and 19, we've waived more than $3,500 worth of fees for El Paso County, and requests are already being made to be used in 2020. And this is summarized in the packet that I passed out. We are proud of our long partnership with El Paso County, and having this race in our community is mutually beneficial. And now Mr. Hinojosa will tell you a little bit more about the significance of hosting an NJCAA championship.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The NJCAA has one race that the NCAA nor the NAIA does not, and that's the half marathon. In cross country, you're allowed 7 runners, and that's all they go. You may have a team of 15, 20, 25, but only 7 go. The half marathon is an invitation. So you can bring as many as you want. Iowa Central last year brought 35 runners. And it's kind of a treat for all the kids that have been running cross country but aren't fast enough to qualify at the NCAA level for cross country, but are welcome in the half marathon. We have been a half marathon powerhouse. Part of what we were hoping is that we could defend our titles at home and showcase El Paso as the best place to run and to host a half marathon. In fact, the best place to be, and actually it's a flavor that we can show the people that visit us. Obviously, there's going to be an economic impact with an increase of athletes, trainers, coaches. Last week, just this Saturday, I was at South Plains College and I asked him, how many are you bringing? He says, I'm bringing everybody. It's right down the street. And so I'm very happy and I'm very surprised that, and I'm actually very glad that everybody's coming down that's in our region, which is Region 5. This race will also showcase some of our athletes. I can guarantee you that we will run all of our athletes here. It's a home race. It's the first time that a national half marathon championship will be hosted in El Paso, Texas. It's also be our third hosting of an NJCAA championship. We've hosted cross country twice. Now we're looking at hosting the half marathon. And we would definitely appreciate any consideration of your sponsorship of waiving the Escalante Park fee. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak first on this issue. I have no hesitation to support it for several reasons. One is that those individuals that come from out of town, when they leave, they have a good experience here. When they leave, then they become ambassadors for El Paso, number one. Number two is that El Paso hosted the NIT Women's Championship here in El Paso. Bring a national championship to El Paso, bring recognition to the community, bring recognition for other states around the nation. Say El Paso is the place we want to go. We just recognized the soldiers from Fort Bliss. Those individuals, when they leave here, hopefully they won't leave. We'll keep them here good. But when they leave, particularly when the high-ranking officers, the colonels and the generals, many of them have never been to El Paso. When they came to El Paso, because they had a bad taste in their mouth, when I would say bad taste, a bad experience based on what someone told them, that El Paso is not a good place to go. But after they came here, and if they've spent here time, they say, well, El Paso is a hidden jewel. One of the best places to go, to live, grow, and raise a family. So I would say that bringing this championship to El Paso, well, little do many of you know, you look at my condition now, it's not all that great, but I used to be a runner also. I ran a half marathon. It's not an easy challenge. Those who never ran. You think once you get to about the 12th mile, you say, why am I doing this? But anyway, bringing this championship to El Paso is great for El Paso, it's great for all of us, and the economic impact it will cause as well. Make it happen.
Mr. Scott.
I was just gonna point out. I don't know if Veronica, you have anything that you wanna say, but there's a breakdown of the pricing and what this event would cost if we were to charge EPCC, so that you all can understand.
And Carrie, just really quick before I mention this, did you want to add the entry date? Anything with the entry date? Because that's not included in here.
In the bottom line, there was 10 complimentary entries that would be for entries into the park that would be for the athletes.
That's it. Okay. So then the total is the 1,160. I'm sorry, Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director, and the total is 1,160. And we are working to put together a policy so that we can address situations like this in the future.
Well, what I can say is that it's a privilege for us to have this kind of events. Scott, as you know, little by little, whether we're having a walk last week of over 1,000 people at the mental health walk, the triathlon that was held in September, early September, I believe. All of those just incredible, and I think that's what our park represents in Escalante. And I think these are the things that we're trying to get people to know and understand what's happening at Escalante. and it's becoming more and more a reality. People are talking about it. I'm so convinced it should be Escalante Meadows, but nobody else has allowed me to coin the phrase, but I will. That it just lends itself to these incredible situations. We're talking about connecting to that trail right behind us and the community. And so this is one more opportunity for us to highlight and promote. You know, it costs money to promote, but what a better way to promote than getting people to actually be there at Escalante. We talk about signage, which is very important, but getting people in there is really, to me, that opportunity for more people to see what parks and what Veronica has done. It's been an amazing change to our park, not superficially, but really every element of the park is so much better. So I really encourage the court that we understand that we need to nurture some of these programs, and then later, when they're more and more successful, then we can talk about fees and we'll get a return on our money in the long run. So thank you for presenting. And
Judge, I just wanted to mention as well, so, one of the discussions we need to do, so Veronica mentioned creating a policy, because we have a lot of schools and other governmental agencies that utilize the park, and we charge all of them for the golf course, for for the swimming pool, for many things. And so this is the first time that I think we've been approached to ask to have fees waived, and legally since I've been around, and I think that we need to create a sensible policy, because we don't want other agencies or other folks getting upset with us because we're charging them while we're not charging others, right? So I have no problem with and I think this is a great event, and it's something that we need to help with, and I support it, but we need to have a policy created when it comes to this type of request.
But I agree with you, Commissioner, but the return on investment that we've been making by bringing this will be far more greater than what we're going to pay out. And additionally, I'll add, if you need another sponsor, call me. I'll be a sponsor, and I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitz?
I just wanted to express just similar sentiments that Commissioner Stout had referenced. I mean, there's many nonprofit organizations that approach us that have tournaments and other events at Escalante Park, and we frequently get requests to have the fees waived. So I'm very reluctant to do so, and we made significant improvements to Escalante Park, specifically for the purpose of attracting and making the park more attractive for tournaments and events such as these. But I mean, you did provide some information that the county or that El Paso Community College has waived some fees for some other elected departments. So if that is the case, I do agree there needs to be a policy, but we just have to be very cautious, because again, we do get frequent requests. I know that there have been marathons and other things for good charitable causes that have not, where their fees have not been waived, and so we just need to approach this with a sense of caution. But like I said, I'll do this one time because of the amounts provided. That the community college has waived for the county. But again, we just have to be cautious moving forward that we do get a lot of requests for these fee waivers.
Yeah, so with government entities, it's usually good to have an agreement
Yes.
and some type of agreement within government agencies as
Yeah.
to how we will use each other's facilities
Right.
versus a nonprofit, because that's different. But within government entities, how we can have some type of agreement, which we can use each other's facilities under what circumstances and what types of fees. So cleaning fees or setup fees, or what's the extent, like we had discussed, what's the extent of the fees?
And yeah, so I mean, just speaking for myself, I mean, like I said, this is sort of just like a one-time exception. Hopefully we can come to some sort of intergovernmental agreement where these types of things are more formalized, where if fees are going to be waived at El Paso Community College and fees are going to be waived at the county, there needs to be more of a structured agreement, because the probation department, sheriff's department each have various funds that they can probably dip into, to pay for these types of things that aren't necessarily tax dollars, whereas we're waiving fees that would otherwise go into the general fund.
Betsy, is there any opportunity to do this very quickly? Because one of the things that we could, at least one is the how much we use community college, the great partnership that we have. Obviously, that's important, the fact that we're bringing people from out of town. But I think if we use this as the trigger for creating a policy, I think that we could justify anybody else coming and saying, well, we didn't have that same opportunity. So if we could expedite that process on the policy, we'd really appreciate it. I know you've got tons of other things, but I would really appreciate that, because I think this is such an encouraging opportunity to go forward. But we can't wait months to get the policy going, because there's going to be people or organizations coming in right behind them that are requesting the same, and we should be ready for that.
Yes, sir. And we've already discussed that and about bringing back the policy as quickly as possible to formalize what the procedure will be. And it's a really good point, because when they mentioned that community college had waived fees for the county, from our operating end, we were not aware of that. I know of a couple times where we've used Commissioner's Court and admin has used community college, and we paid full fees, service fees, facility use fees. So definitely clearing it up and writing a policy on that would be helpful.
Well, thank you both. I appreciate that.
Well, Judge, just one last thing from me. If there's a hiccup, it's not approved, I'll pay for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. And we hope that on November 23rd, we will see you race day to cheer on the athletes, and if you can help us share the word and get people out.
We're not running ourselves, or? I hear that this
vehicle.
I've heard some great things about this gentleman getting people prepared for a lot of events, so I think you could work on us a little bit.
I think our attorney had
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Eric Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. Commissioner Robinson would like to revise the motion just to read to approve the waiver of fees in the amount of $1,160 for the use of Escalante Park on November 23rd, 2019 for El Paso Community College in connection with the National Junior College Athletic Association Half Marathon Championship.
Yes.
So is it 1,160 or 1,660?
No, because the $500 is the deposit that they get back.
Okay.
So it's really not technically something that we.
Thank you. Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you there.
Thank you.
At this time, if we could go ahead and go back to item 4C in the consent
Yes.
that was pulled by Commissioner Bettis. Item 4C, approve and adopt a resolution allowing County Commissioner David C. Stout to be nominated to serve on the Board of Directors of the Texas Conference of Urban Counties.
Thank you. I just pulled this item and would like the court just to consider it, deleting the item, at least for now. I think there first should be a conversation. Commissioner Stout, I know you're involved with the Conference of Urban Counties, but since the judge is new, I think there just needs to be a conversation that that arrangement is okay. Having that representation be a commissioner versus the county judge, and so I would just move to delete the item, and if you can just bring that back, I guess, after having that conversation. But since the judge is new, he's been spending a lot of time, getting to know the various internal departments that I don't think he's had a chance to participate in, other organizations such as the Conference of Urban Counties. But if the judge is fine with that, but I just think that there should be that internal conversation first. And so that's why I just moved to delete, and then we'll just bring it back.
So, that's fine if y'all want to do that, but just for a little bit of context, the CUC decided to create 2 new positions on their board of directors, and their nominating committee they nominated me. So it wasn't that I asked them to be on their board of directors. They nominated me because I think that they've seen the amount of time that me and my staff have dedicated to the CUC over the years, being on their policy committee, being on their education committee, and helping them with the coming conference that they're bringing to El Paso in January. And so, I received a phone call a couple of weeks ago from Bridget Shea, who is the head of the nominating committee for the CUC, to ask me if I was interested. And so, the reason I put it on the consent agenda was because I didn't think that it was an issue. I thought it was just a protocol for me to accept their nomination and be seated as a member of the board as one of their new directors. So, we can talk to the CUC and ask them if they would like to nominate somebody else from the county, from El Paso County, but I would love to have the opportunity to serve on CUC's board. I have a lot of history with them, and I'm very, very proud of the fact that they would ask me to be part of their board.
Yeah, I think at this point, the fact that it's a nomination, I would hate to sort of disrupt that process, or that it sounds like there's some concern that we have about you being there. But I think I appreciate what Commissioner Pettis is saying about at least an understanding of what that is, and for my learning curve as to whether or not it makes more sense to have a county judge or commissioner or all those other details. So I think at this point it's gone a little beyond that discussion. So
and I'm happy to judge, bring you up to speed on anything that has to do with the CUC. I know you're very busy, and sometimes it's hard to get out to the policy committee meetings, or it's just, you have a lot going on. And but I would hope that you definitely would join me at the next meeting. They happen now every couple of months during the legislative session. They would have them every month, just because things are moving so quickly, and decisions have to be made amongst the policy committee as to whether bills are going to be opposed or supported, but it's a great organization, and they really help us get some of our things through the legislative process, and they help. They have great intelligence when it comes to the bills that are going through the process, and who's supporting them and who's not, and kind of how the dynamics are. And I would invite everybody in the Commissioners Court to go to their monthly luncheons to get their updates and understand exactly what they're doing. So,
Commissioner Pettis, how do you?
It's up to you, Judge. That's why I didn't want to have the conversation here on the dais. I think that it's probably more appropriate that the Commissioner updates you on, the activities of the CUC, so that way you're fully apprised, and then, it's best to make a decision from there. So that's why, if the item can come back in a week, that's fine. That's my only thing, was just deleting the item for a week.
Judge.
Commissioner Robinson.
Having been involved on state boards, national boards, you have a multitude of representative commissioners, county judges from all over the state that participate in this process, and they form their nominating committee. I think that if you, not to take anything away from you, Judge, but the fact that Commissioner Stout had been participating and was nominated by the nominating committee for that organization, if you were to go not honor that, we may lose out on an opportunity in the future for someone to be nominated by that committee, it will be put on the board. We have another individual from the city of El Paso, part of the county, that's on the national board in the law, in legal profession. That person has ascended to be president of that organization. So if you miss out on an opportunity, it's an opportunity that you won't get again. So I would say I would support Commissioner Stout on this. I move to approve.
I mean, would 1 week be detrimental to the nomination?
It'd actually have to be 2 weeks, we have a
Be 2 weeks, because
holiday.
we don't have Commissioners Court next Monday.
Would that be detrimental to the nomination in 2 weeks?
I mean, it's up to you, Judge, if you'd like to wait. I mean, I have no problem waiting. I think the our next meeting is in November, so.
Like I said, I think it's just more appropriate just for the conversation to happen, so he's fully just up to speed on what happens and, you know, whether or not, you know, what level of participation he decides to have. And then just put the item back just for nomination.
Well, the thing is, informing, bringing the judge up to speed on what's happening or what's been happening, that should be a no-brainer. But as far as the nomination, that's a different issue. So the judge needs to be up to date with what's going on all the time. Commissioner Stout can do that. But we talk about nominating from the nominating committee, it was nominated by the committee, not from El Paso, from committee from all the individuals and organizations that participated in that process with the organization. So once again, I've been in that seat before, whereby we nominate someone from our collective body, and that's why you have a nominating committee. The same thing is that we bring the judge up to speed, but the nominating committee has already nominated someone, so they're not going to meet again to nominate someone else. They've already met for the coming year. So to delay Commissioner Stout being nominated, being selected, would be detrimental to us.
I mean, he said if it wouldn't affect the nomination, again, the judge is the presiding officer of Commissioners Court. And as one of the few authorities that the county judge does have over the court is the presiding officer. And so that's why when this item was on consent, before there was consultation with the county judge, I just think that it's just more appropriate process.
But the judge is not in control of the nominating committee for the organization.
No, he's not, but he's the presiding officer.
I understand
and
that.
should we decide to have should the court decide, and should the judge also decide that you'd rather not have a commissioner representing the county on a statewide level, then I think that's something to take into consideration.
We would not have no one.
So I just think it's just again, procedurally.
Because the nominating committee they already made the decision. The thing is, if we lose the opportunity, we would then, the nominating committee is not going to meet again just for one person, one organization. So.
Let's do this. I think it's, with Commissioner Bettis is important that it had been brought up to me prior. I think let's focus on that happens in any other situation that I'm privy to the decision. I think we need to go ahead with the nomination, but then we also have, you and I have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem doing that. You know, the CUC, I was nominated by this body before you came on to serve on the policy committee, right? And so that was when Judge Escobar left, and Ruben Boat was the county judge, and he and I guess the rest of the court felt that it would be good to have more continuity, and so I was placed on the policy committee. And I don't know if you have to be a member of the policy committee to be on the board, but there are commissioners and county judges that serve in all capacities. You know, right now the current president of the CUC, the president of the board is a county commissioner from Wise County, and so that's something that we can talk about. I think you judge coming in how involved you want to be in the CUC, and you know, I've taken it upon myself to be very involved because I'm very, you know, it's something that's always interested me. I come from legislative working in the Senate, and I understand the process and very deeply, and it's something that I'm passionate about, and one of the capacities that I feel like I do a good job at. So, you know, I'm happy to sit down and talk about, you know, the CUC itself and how we want to move forward. If you know, you would like to become the new member for the policy committee, if that's something that we want to rotate every session, have a different commissioner doing that. I mean, there are lots of options, I think, and I'm not saying that that has to be my job at all. I still plan on going to those meetings because I think they're very informative, and it's important for us to be as informed ourselves about the legislative process and what's going on in Austin. But you know, I feel very honored that I was asked to do this, and if you all would support me in that, then I would be even more honored.
Just one other thing, it brings to mind, you talk about being updating. I think that this is a good tool to use for updating, not only you, Judge, but updating the rest of us. As well as there are a lot of boards and commissions that some of us serve on, and since I've been here, I haven't been updated on anything. You know, for example, the MPO. What's happening to the MPO that impacts on El Paso County? That's one example. So I think that we open the door from the standpoint that we have an obligation, we should have an obligation to make sure that not only I be informed because I sit on the committee, that everybody on the Commissioners Court be informed. So I would like to make that, take that one step further and say, well, let's make sure that all of the boards and commissions that we serve on, that at some point in time, that we take out some time to either come individually or collectively inform all of us what's going on. Because I haven't been updated on anything since I've been here on any other boards and commissions that others serve on.
I mean, I agree 100%, and you know, the MPO didn't call for you know, nomination or an approval from the Commissioners Court for Commissioner Perez to be nominated to their executive committee, and he's now the chairman, and so to me it's I think that's a very important request, and
I think I like that idea of how do we keep each other informed. We're in the committees that we're in, and so I'm wondering if at the Thursday meeting we could sort of rotate and say, you know, maybe whoever's at any of the on boards would be able to give a presentation throughout the year. And but I think it's a good idea.
Right, and so if we're gonna go down that road with what we're talking about here, then we should look at creating a policy that that requires the Commissioners Court to talk about whether or not a member of our court should be voted into the executive committee of any of the boards that we serve on. You know, so that we're all informed about that, and you know, obviously it's not something that may be necessary, but at least you know, or required by law, but it could be an internal policy that we create.
Yeah, I agree with you there, because another example of the which some of us sit on is the Rio Grande Council of Government. Now, prior to my coming to Commissioners Court, when I was in City Council, I ascended to the position to be, got nominated and voted on by all the representatives from the council to be the president. So we have not, and as well as in the past, someone on the Commission Court has been the president of the Rio Grande Council of Government. But there was no approval from the discussion at the Commission Court, but well, do we want to, the nominating committee nominated a person, then the body voted that person in, but there was no input from the county to say, okay, we agree with that nomination. So if we're gonna do that with one, let's do it with all.
Yes.
No,
We need to keep back
just
on.
because I was just gonna say we're getting outside of the scope of that.
It's sort of, well, I'd like to go forward. We need a motion for
I made the motion already.
Motion to approve.
And I think this one got a little ahead of us, but I think it's a great conversation as to how we want to do things, and I appreciate Commissioner Bettis, you know, concerned about my understanding, and but I think this one's a little ahead of us, and I just don't want to show any reluctance to move forward quickly.
Is there a second to approve?
And again, if the judge is fine with that, I'm okay with that. It just puts the judge in an awkward position publicly, whereas I think this conversation should have been had ahead of time to avoid exactly what's being talked about now.
No, and I appreciate that.
Call the question.
We need a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 9, county administration. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the proposal between the County of El Paso and Fix Inc. Funding is available in CIP 19 ITD IT software contract number 2019-0596.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. Betsy
Good morning.
Keller, County Administrator. I'm asking for approval on this item. This is a program that we're purchasing as part of our relationships and our ability to track reporting from citizens. So over the last year, I've been working, my office, Ramon, has been working with Norma and her team on creating some standards on how soon we will respond to things that are reported through a system like this. And we're starting, I wanna say we're starting in steps and increments. Initially, individuals would be able to report signs that are down, street signs that are down, and potholes. And that's what we're going to start off as a pilot program. But what this system would do, and we've been working, ITD has researched what's available, they've looked at what's most compatible. Well, it's not compatible with Tyler Munis, it is easily integrated into our website. And individuals would be able to see something, take a picture of it, submit it to the county, or they'd be able to call in, and then staff would be able to enter the same kind of information into a system. And what I really like about this, and this actually stemmed from a few years ago, Commissioner Pettis said, how do we know if we're getting the same complaints in the same areas over and over and over? Because your office might get one, my office might get one, and Public Works might get one. So we may be getting the same complaint over and over and over, and it may mean we need to do a different type of investment versus just a repair. So that is what stemmed the beginning of this creation of this program. So this particular program, C-Click Fix, is the service provider, and Rick from IT is here. He can probably provide more technical details than I can. But this would be the program that we would use to integrate into our system, that we would track these types of citizen complaints. It also is a method for citizens to be able to log back in and see the status of the complaint. So we would keep it updated as to how we're doing. So if the potholes were reported, how long did it take us to fix it? Has it been fixed? What did we run into? The sign's down. How soon did we get a replacement sign back up? So it also holds us accountable to our public and gives us information we can use and performance data that we can use to help better our operations. And the cost of this proposal is $22,500. So we would ask for the court's approval.
Betsy, are we staffed properly to handle, the worst thing that can happen is that we're not able to handle the influx of information and be able to work with that?
Well, right now we believe we are. We've been doing these types of services through our own online reporting, but it's not a robust system that communicates back when it was completed. It doesn't give us a GIS type map that tells us if we're seeing a pattern in an area. But this would also help us identify if we're not. So we think we are to be responsive, and we've set standards on how soon we're gonna respond. We'll be able to track what percentage of complaints did we respond to within our timelines. And so if we're finding a shortfall, we'll look at whether it's our operational methods or whether it's a staffing or equipment issue.
So in essence, we're doing a lot of that, we just don't have a system that helps us be more efficient and keep up with the information.
Correct. And we do have phases. Well, I say that this is phase 1, is the potholes and the signs. We have, and I apologize, I don't have them right in front of me, but I also have phase 2 and phase 3 of what we'll add on to the reporting and that we're creating standards on. So my office is working closely with Norma and her team on what the standard is. So if it says that a sign is down and our standard is that it's replaced within 24 hours, we have that now in writing. So if someone says, well, it took you 12 hours and that's too long, we know right now our standard is 24 hours. So we have these written standards that we're going to use to measure how well we're performing. so that we know whether we need to address something in our operations or in our staffing.
You know, in our effort to be a community of excellence, that's one of the criteria is our response time to complaints or response times to people getting information, and I don't think we could achieve those. And you know, we're looking for an administrative model, hopefully Malcolm Baldridge, but that you can't do without that, because one of the first questions is, you provide a service, how well do you provide it, and how quick do you respond to concerns? And I don't think we have something at that caliber at this point.
I think this will make us much more data informed.
Yes,
And help us.
and that's what we've been striving for with you guys for some time now.
Yes,
Do
sir.
we have a point person already?
Do we have a point person? I apologize for responding.
Yeah, for monitoring.
So right now, these go directly into Public Works. They will continue to go. The initial two, now I will tell you, as it goes further down the system, as we add additional phases, it's not just Public Works. There will be other opportunities, and then they will be routed to the appropriate department.
Have you looked at what the city is doing? Could we establish a similar system for that?
Yes, sir. We did look at what the city was doing as well.
Okay.
Did you want someone?
Greg, do you want to speak to any of this? Am I missing? Is there any additional details you'd like to
I
add?
think the only thing that I would add is that one of the major advantages of having a system like this, Rick Rubio, project manager with IT, sorry, is that it automates the feedback loop. I think sometimes some of the frustration is that people don't know whether something's been fixed or what's been done. This actually automates it. They enter their email, they enter their phone number, and this will keep them apprised of how things are going. So that's one of the more important features that we were looking for.
Commissioner Pettis?
So I just noticed, so C-Click Fix is already an existing application where people can download that currently on their phones or mobile device.
Yes.
And report problems. And I don't know exactly now where those problems end up getting reported to, but I guess what justifies the additional costs, I guess, from the traditional app that's currently available to the public?
So the people can do such a report, and it just goes off into nowhere. Is what's happened. One of the things that C-Click Fix did was they made the app available, and what you're actually paying for is the back end that allows you to respond, that allows you to categorize, that allows you to do all of the metrics and all of the reporting and all of those different things. The fact that they make it available to pretty much everybody out there, I think is somewhat of a marketing thing. They what would happen with some people where you don't have C-Click Fix, the back end in there is a citizen would call up and say, I've got the ability to report this, but where does somebody respond? So the cost behind it is really to have the engine that allows you to respond and to do all of these things. That's where the subscription cost comes
But I guess I would imagine that the company does make a profit somehow and through other means. I mean, was that taken into consideration that by adding us on as a client that they're likely to generate additional revenue? That again they're an existing app, and this is only encouraging more people to use their app.
Yeah,
that's the gimmick, if you will, is that they make it available on the front end, but it doesn't. The information doesn't go where it needs to go. Basically.
Yeah, it just the reason that you have the subscription is just so that you can manage it on our end and be able to respond. That's kind of where the front end that goes out to the public is free, and then the back end that allows us to use it as a tool for responding, that comes at a cost. And so that it's 20. We're paying for 20 licenses, and that gives us the ability to
respond.
But and it's not problematic at all that so the city I know has like a 311 app, right? That I guess the city designed internally, but it's a city-owned application. So when they're telling folks call 311, it's not like they're promoting a private company's service. Is that, I mean, has legal thoroughly looked at this where when we tell people instead of going to 311, we're going to see Click Fix.
So
And that's that's a private company that's generating revenue off of our public service requests that we provide, like such as fixing pothole streets, signs.
So this was actually in legal for a couple of months, and they did review all of the agreements, and they reviewed the subscription, and they reviewed the front end. They pretty thoroughly reviewed all of that.
Well,
And
I think to Commissioner Curtis' point is that why can't we establish our own, like the city did with 311?
It would, because of ITD's timeline, it would take us, this project would be out for another couple years because of their current project timelines. So, and here's the other thing about it. We also, long-term, and I've discussed this already with the city manager, I've discussed this, that at some point, we may want to look at buying services from the city's 311. The thing is we are just getting up and going as far as having standards. One of the most important things about having one of these systems, it's just like what you said, Judge. Nothing makes people more frustrated than if you have one of these systems and you don't have any internal rules and guidelines on how soon you're gonna respond. It used to be, people would call up and say, there's a pothole on my street. And we'd say, okay, thank you, we'll fix it. But that didn't mean a response time. It didn't mean, what a standard. And so what we've been working on is creating those standards. And as we're creating those standards, we want to upload them into a system. Once we have all of our standards up where people can report them on the system, they can still report them. But as far as a system that has tracking and performance metrics, you want it to have a standard to be tracked against. So once we have them all and it's more robust, at that point, it may be something we talk about partnering with the city on 311. Because as I mentioned to the city the other day, they get calls on areas in the county. We were actually talking about the donut hole project recently, where the county has holes of land within that are surrounded by the city, incorporated areas of the city. Well, a citizen, as a matter of fact, when we were at the training with the city a couple weeks ago, the person sitting at my table said, do I live in the city or the county? And a lot of people don't know the difference. So they call 311 and they may report a county problem.
Right.
And so we would have a systemic way then of addressing that. But this is just to get us up and going and have performance metrics based on these
How long
standards.
is this contract?
1 year.
1 year.
It's a 1-year subscription.
So where are we, have we started on the process of establishing our own system?
No, for the price, $22,000 to buy this system
Yeah.
versus what it will take us in time to create our own and the timeline to get it, I feel like this is a better off the shelf option. Because once we create our own too, then it's an ongoing staffing request to maintain it. So Click Fix has to pay people to continue to maintain this system. If we put this into our IT projects, it's going to become an ongoing demand on our IT department.
Will it be a good platform to go to the next level?
It will be a good platform for us to take our next step. It's a good place for us to start.
The short term, you say 22,000?
22,500.
We do have this budgeted.
Versus short term, if we talk about establishing our own, what we say staffing will cost us what?
I'll have to bring you back that analysis, Commissioner.
Well, let's put it this way. How many people would you think would take for staff?
I would not want to guess that off the top of my head. I would need to go back from IT and get,
It would be more than one. And one person.
well, a portion of someone's time, and different individuals would probably we would need some of our web team time, some of our software engineer time.
The city has, they got 301, but they're gonna be staffing wise, if I remember correctly, they have 2 or 3. So 2 or 3 people, we say figure just one person, staff person, annually, 40,000, 50,000 on the low end. So when you say 22,000 for the short term, it's no brainer for me. In the short term.
Commissioner Pettis.
And just as a practical matter, so when folks, I mean, so there are some folks that don't have access, particularly in the very rural areas of the county. And so when somebody still calls in with a problem, I guess how is that going to be taken care of? Is somebody from staff then going to put it in the app to make sure that those metrics are also captured?
So that was the other thing is there's the mobile app and there's the web app and there's the direct entry that can be done into the back end of the system. Okay. So you can actually use this with a call taker to get the data into the correct bucket that you would need in order to manage the call. So you can do it not only, with somebody sitting at a desk, you can do it with the person out in the community sitting at their laptop or their desktop computer, or somebody can be out there in the county with their phone and they snap the picture, it automatically geolocates where it is. So when it sends the picture in, the ticket is automatically created with it already geolocated, so they know exactly where to go. As for somebody who would need to call in, yes, they would have somebody who would take the call and enter it into the app.
We have enough licenses, so if they call in to the front desk of Public Works downtown, that person will be able to log it in. If they call into the warehouse, that person would be able to log it in, so that we have an ongoing system to track these. Additionally, I just was reminded that the city did buy an outside company to do theirs too. And it's actually Acela is who does the cities, because we looked at using the same one as the city. We evaluated whether that one, and they told us that they had some problems with it. And so that's why we went out and did our own analysis.
Question. When someone calls into the county, dial the number 546-2000, and then give you a menu of things if you're looking for this person. Is there a way to do that part of the interim system where when someone calls in that we can direct them to Public Works? If you got this, because some until they read the menu, they don't know who to call. So is there a way we can tie it in to our phone system?
So right now, actually, when you call into 546-2000, that rings in my office. And I don't want to get far off this item, but I want to just, that rings into my office. Between 8 and 5, that phone line is generally answered. You do not get an automated system, normally. Right now, like this week, we have some front desk, we're doing some different things to cover our front desk.
Right.
But if you call after hours, we just set it up where we've done an analysis for efficiency of what are the majority of calls, so we can track all the calls that come in and where that we direct them to. The majority of calls that we get actually go to the Council of Judges, someone looking to what is my court date, what's my court case, where is it at, what's the status. So that's one of the highest call directions we get. So we're now setting it up where there'll be a couple options. There's a second, the second most popular I think is the jail. We get calls for the jail. And Jessica, you know better than I do, because Jessica was the operator of that line before she became a clerk to the court. But, so we are trying to improve some efficiencies in that line, but we do answer it, and unless they call after hours, then they receive a recorded line and options on how to be directed.
What about on the county website? Is there anything on the county website that talks about problems they may have?
Yes, sir.
Who to call?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so one of the things that will be included on the county website is the ability to go and log one of these calls directly from the county website and not having to go to the C-Click Fix website. They could go into our county website, say, I've got a problem. They click there and it automatically redirects them to where they can enter their own ticket.
Judge, I think we go ahead and support this right now, and maybe we have a discussion at a later date, more details as far as, and look at the pros and cons as to do we do our own system down the road, or do we continue with this system?
I agree.
And
Thank you.
sorry, We're going to add, one of the next things we're going to add is ADA reporting. Any ADA concerns, graffiti, building concerns. Again, these are in 2 phases, park concerns, county transit system concerns, general concerns. But we're setting up what our standards are on all of those.
This is phase 2.
That's phase 2 and 3, what I just
Right,
mentioned, but
okay.
we've broken those up into 2
I
different
move to
phases.
approve.
Second.
I just want to say, I appreciate staff's work on this, because I know this has been several years, we have talked about this, and as more residents live in unincorporated areas, and who are forever gonna live in unincorporated areas, a system like this is gonna be critical. Every week, as sort of Norman knows, I get calls regarding missing signs, and other things, and so it's, having these types of metrics are very helpful. Ultimately, with whatever ends up being the permanent solution, I think will ultimately be beneficial if this is where we start. See how it goes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number
you, Rick.
10.
Thank you.
Discuss and take appropriate action regarding management services of the Texas Veterans Commission Veterans Assistance Grant and provide a recommendation for the county's participation in FY 2020.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I have Efren Montalongo here. He is our Veteran Service Officer, and we have been discussing the Veterans Assistance Grant. And this is based on a couple things, the reason why we've been analyzing and discussing it. Judge, you've said to me before, looking at efficiency, is there ways, are we duplicating services? Are there things that we can have others in the community take on versus us performing ourselves? And members of the court have asked about this in the past as well. So Efren and I had a conversation. The grant is open. We've received this grant how many years now?
3 years.
So we've received this Veterans Assistance Grant for the last 3 years. It started when Veterans was under General Assistance. And General Assistance would have us apply for this, recommended we started applying for this funding because General Assistance has a limited amount of dollars to help residents with like rent and utilities in cases of emergency. And so Irene and worked with the Veterans Office to apply for this grant so that when someone comes in, instead of them using the funds that the county has for veterans or for general assistance, that we had another source of funding to provide rent assistance in an emergency and utility assistance in an emergency. And I'll let Efren explain exactly how we've used it. But when we did recently, you may recall we did the Texas Veterans Commission check distribution here at the county. Well, there were at least a couple other agencies that received funds similar to what we use funds for, the general assistance approach for rent, utilities. They do have some different rules than we have. They may have income standards or other qualifying standards that we don't have. So ours is not based on income and it's not based on anything other than need. So if you can show a need for these funds, we will help you with up to 3 months of rent and some utility assistance. And so when the grant came available again this year, we wondered whether we should apply for it and continue to administer it. We didn't get any additional staffing for administering this. Right now we have 2 positions in our Veteran Services Office, and their primary job is assisting veterans with different types of claims for benefits, their VA veteran benefits, and then also their disability benefits. And I'll let Efren talk a little bit more about what we've used the grant for and who else is available in the community that could distribute the grant if we did not.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
The grant has been issued to us the past 3 years. We started out with $100,000 and it's up to $300,000 this year we got granted. The actual grant, we help out with the rents, the utilities, the mortgage, which we never did before, and deposit and first month's rent. So the grant has been going pretty quick. I know right now we're up to, from the $300,000 in the couple months that we spent it, I think we're up to $112,000 spent from the $300,000, which is within 3 months is going pretty quick. There is some pros and cons that we came up when we actually did the grant. Some of the pros that we have for the grant is that we are helping out individuals that are coming out of retirement from the service. When they retire from the service, they get their pay is stopped for a couple of months before it actually kicks into either retirement or to actually disability. So this grant kicks in, we can help them out, we can pay their mortgage or utilities just so they can wait a couple months or while we help them out while their actual check kicks in. That's one of the pros that helps out. One of the cons with this grant is that not only are we helping out the veterans that do need the assistance, but the actual veterans that know the system, they're jumping from organization to organization using the same grant, which unfortunately we can't
Consider.
yeah, we can't tell them not to use it because in our grant it's mandated that we can only help out once within the grant cycle. But if they go to, let's say, the organization Salvation Army that has the same general assistance, they get the same duplicate assistance that our organization is doing. So we're pretty much enabling the veteran to jump from organization to organization for the same general assistance that they're needing. Go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna cut you off, but I ran into this years ago with some of the nonprofit organizations. And I asked a question from a legal standpoint, can we communicate with each other, make sure that if she came asking for assistance, say for a house, rent, whatever, and then she goes over to Betsy, like Betsy for the same thing, is there a way to communicate, to tie it in and say, wait a minute, if a person came here, got assistance for the rent, whatever, that when she went over to see Betsy,
Right.
that Betsy was, wait a minute, I got a red flag.
Right.
You know,
Texas Veterans Commission, and so they set the guidelines. And as a matter of fact, we've set our own guidelines internally. And when I spoke to Texas Veterans Commission, they told me, we don't care what you set internally, because we had this rule one time. You can come one time to ask for assistance. Well, Texas Veterans Commission told me specifically, we don't care if they come 3 times, you just can't help them more than 3 months. They said it can be 3 separate months. The whole idea is to keep veterans from becoming homeless, losing their home. And he said specifically, they can come one time and ask for 3 months, that they're behind 3 months, or they can come 3 different months and say they're behind a month. But our rule on our checklist form that we've created internally says they get helped 1 time per year. And Texas Veterans Commission told me, we don't care what your form says.
And that's nothing in writing, it's just their practice, that's their, I guess in terms of their philosophy on how they're handling it. So they don't even have their own set standard, but that's just a verbal discussion that they have with us.
Well, the thing is, I want to support the veterans all the time in any endeavor, but by the same token, they are humans as well, and some learn to play the system, as well as the experience I had years ago with not veterans, but just individuals in general. They would go to this organization, they'll come to general assistance, they'll come to the Salvation Army, they'll go to anybody to get, let's see, what's y'all, Project Bravo. So they would go to Project Bravo, because Bravo had money for assistance, then they go to the Salvation Army, and then they'll come to general assistance. And so some know how to play the system. So that's what the reason I asked the question before, years ago, is there a way can we legally communicate with the other organization so that we don't have to play the system?
And Texas Veterans Commission doesn't give us that guideline. It doesn't say if they've applied for another agency, you can't help them. So that would be a standard that we could choose to impose. But I will go back to also we received no offset to staff cost from this grant,
right,
and no additional staff. And Efren, you can speak to this better than I can. What percentage of time during the time we have the grant funding is spent on the grant?
At least half of the time is spent, because the reason why, when I'm doing the actual financial assistance for veterans, the actual veterans that want to come in and work on the claim, I gotta
wait.
Yes, I gotta tell them, you know what, I'm booked this week, can you come next week? And it's pretty much taking me away from the mandate for us to help out with the disability claims by doing the grant, which is great.
Primary as opposed to your secondary.
Yes.
And one thing, just a couple things on this. it does align with our overall goal of meeting the needs of the most vulnerable, advancing community services. But it also is when we were talking about looking at how we operate and talking about grants in a more in-depth way. This is why we've done more analysis than just saying, this is great, this is money for our community. And Efren, I don't know if you've heard back, if you could update, have you talked to any of the other entities that apply for the grant?
Yes, actually, there's two of them, Endeavors. One of them, they're actually working on the grant, and they actually asked me for guidance and assistance on actually helping them to establish the grant, because this is the first time they're gonna apply, and hopefully they'll get the grant and get approved, but they're gonna do the general assistance, the same grant that we have. Also, the veteran nonprofit, it's an actual food pantry for veterans. They also came up to me and they told me we actually do a letter of recommendation because they're gonna ask for the general assistance also to help out. So that's already 2 organizations that are applying for the same grant that we're gonna apply, if you choose to for us to apply. That'll be 3 actual organizations that the veteran can actually use, or we can.
But, so, I guess a question for me is, we've typically gotten it, but how do we know that those organizations are gonna have a grant application that is, gonna win the grant, right? Or if, do we know enough about them? Do we know, I just don't want that, not that they wouldn't, but, it would be a tragedy as well if we said we're not gonna apply for it, but then they apply for it and don't get it, and then the community doesn't.
Those are the 2 organizations that are brand new, they're gonna apply, but the ones that usually apply and always get it are Salvation Army. They've always gotten their grant. Project Amistad, they've always gotten that grant. And what's the other one? There's another, there's like 2 organizations apart from us that actually get grants every year, and they always get granted regardless of, the amounts are different for them, but they've always gotten granted, we're not.
Well, it's based on your track record, and also based on compliance. Betsy, so I think you were headed in a direction saying that maybe the assistance grant for rent that they get when they come to general assistance, if general assistance is run out, they're soon quickly run out of money. Is there a way to direct them back to this grant, or is the way to, if individuals are better, let's put it that way, they come to general assistance, that the general assistance don't have the money, but to process that individual and apply the funding from this grant to assist them?
So right now, the way we do it, if I'm a veteran and I show up at general assistance,
Right.
they ask me, they do an intake form and they say, oh, you're a veteran?
Right.
You should go to our Veterans Assistance Office, or you
Okay.
should go to Project Amistad. They refer them out to other entities
Right.
that provide benefits
Right.
in the community. And so right now, they say, oh, the funding for what you need is available through other agencies, go there first.
Okay.
And we're kind of like the last resort.
Well, I'm talking about the grant, district grant itself. So if they go to general assistance, they can direct them.
Directly to us.
To veterans.
To the veterans.
Okay.
So, and I will tell you, as you already recall from that check presentation, they awarded almost, it was about $2 to $3 million here
Yes.
in El Paso County.
Uh-huh.
It's in general assistance, housing for Texas Heroes, veterans mental health, which there's very little, no one applies under veterans mental health. Veterans treatment court, which we get, Veterans County Service Officer, which we fund ourselves, so that's, and then highly rural transportation, which I don't believe we've applied for or been considered for.
I think that what I was trying to get at is that to minimize the staff time that he applies to that particular grant for veterans. If you come to general assistance and say general assistance don't have the money, or even if they do still have money, is there a way they can process that application based on grant to eliminate some of the minimize some of the step time that he had to, okay,
I believe we could.
let me ask this question, wait. Who approves it? You
They
approve it.
do.
So could you?
But we don't have to have them do it, I don't think.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Can general assistance process the application and basically approve it, but apply to,
They would just, we could move it out from under veterans back into general assistance. You'll still have the same exact scenario. You'll have people who are administering this fund. But I would need to check with Irene on the staff availability. And that's realistically, we can figure it out operationally.
right?
If you all tell me whether or not we wanna, if this is something that you think we wanna continue doing, or do we wanna try to get a community agency to administer these funds?
I think we should keep, we apply for the grant, I think we should keep it as long as we can, because we have a track record in shouldn't be no problem in the community, you get it, where some of these, particularly new organizations, they don't have a track record. You know, and one big issue that comes up all the time when we talk about grants, where you may not get the grant, or you may be, your grant may be reduced, is your accountability as well as the grant itself, and compliance.
Okay? Is that can we get a motion to authorize the county to apply for the Texas Veterans Commission Veterans Assistance Grant?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, and therefore we'll talk about how.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Item number 11, Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 154.007, copy attached, order all money that otherwise would be deposited in the salary fund created under the Texas Local Government Code Section 154.042 be deposited in the county's general fund. The salary fund required by the Texas Local Government Code Section 154.042, copy attached, has been a part of the general fund and is recommended this practice be continued. The Texas Local Government Code Section 154.007 requires the order be made at the first regular meeting in the first month of each fiscal year.
Good morning, Edward DeYoung, County Auditor. We've been had this item on the agenda for over 30 years that I'm aware of. Local Government Code 154.042 regarding the salary fund requires that a salary fund shall be created for every district, county, and precinct officer. That includes their salary, their staffing, their budget, and you would have to set up separate accounts for all of these officials throughout the year. And if they have a deficiency because their revenues don't cover their expenses, we have to transfer funds to keep those funds in balance. A poll was done last fiscal year of the top 10 counties. 9 responses, everybody uses the general fund as a salary fund because that's the most efficient, effective way to handle the county's payroll. So it's our recommendation that we continue doing the same thing, using the general fund as the payroll fund and not setting up all these separate accounts for all these county precinct officers.
Have we had a problem in the past?
Excuse me?
Have we had a problem in the past?
No, we have not. Not using the general fund as the salary fund.
Okay, they broke this.
Thank you. I remember we asked about this last year.
Budget and policy did an analysis for you all.
Is there any more transparency or anything that comes from, I mean, recognizing that it may be more cumbersome, but is it more transparent in any way, or is it administratively, it's just?
I think it's very transparent the way we do it now.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have it all in the general fund, we have budgets set aside for each official. You want to know what revenues came in, what expenses came through, we can account for it. It's all being separated very efficiently right now. Otherwise, we would have to set up separate funds, separate and apart from the general fund for all of these officials, and you would just cause so much more work.
Quite numerous
Very
transfers.
inefficient process.
And any transfers of unused funds as well would be put quite a bit more laborious. I did a white paper on it. I think this is the best practice.
Definitely no more transparency. That's transparent as you can get right now without creating more transactions in the system.
And then just in terms of also for the legal parameters on that, anyway, if there were salary funds that were separately created at the end of the year, absent any other reconciliation that has to be done, it goes back into the general fund anyways. So that's just an FYI of what the law requires for these salary funds.
And I pulled top 10 counties, and I can tell you right now, no urban counties are doing the old salary fund. It's probably a legislative cleanup that perhaps, I think
Yeah.
collectively, if
We have to do
if
this
we reached
every
out to
single year,
our,
just to
our
comply.
counterparts, I'll bet you legislatively, this is easy.
Easy.
Yeah, because that probably should be done.
Well, thanks for looking into it, because I know it's one of those things that's just been done for 30 years and we just kind of
We've
stopped to ask why, but thank you.
And just for the benefit of the county judge and Commissioner Robinson, this item gets brought up every year. The court has to take formal action on this item, so you'll always see it the first Monday of October before the start of the fiscal year.
Maybe if there's a legislative initiative that
Yeah.
says once a county opts not to do it,
Yeah.
it stays that way until you opt. to
That's
go
a
back.
great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be an easy way to fix it.
You sure this first month? I thought it was Friday.
And what was that?
No, I was kidding.
The option would be once a county selects to use the general fund, that it stays into perpetuity until the county decides
Oh,
to
you mean
do
for
it.
legislative?
Back
Yes,
then.
yes.
Oh.
So we don't have to do it
Flip
every
the
year.
statute to go to do general fund unless you designate a salary fund.
But we can't do that now.
No, no, no,
No,
that's
for
for the
the
next
next
session.
seven.
Yeah,
Our
okay.
legislative agenda.
We have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Saloniro.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to accept the statement of grant award for the local border security program grant in the Office of the Governor Homeland Security Grants Division in the amount of $279,000 to fund the El Paso County Sheriff's Operations Border Star. Grant period is from September 1st, 2019 through August 31st, 2020. Furthermore, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the required resolution. If no county match is required, contract number 2019-0693.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sergeant Jerome Washington with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I'm the current supervisor for the Sheriff's Office Narcotics Unit. So yes, we are here for the approval and the authorization for the statement of grant award for the local border security program grant. It is from the Office of the Homeland Security Grants Division. It is in the amount of $279,000. There is actually no county match match required for the county. Just a little bit of background, it is for overtime and mileage for our law enforcement officers. This will aid in our officers being able to conduct narcotics investigations and enforcement past their regular hours without any burden or easing the burden to the department's overtime budget. As far as an impact on the fiscal year, there is none at all. Again, there is no match required. This is actually not the first time that the Sheriff's Office has received or been authorized for this grant. We have been applying since 2008. An account will be set up at the time the grant is awarded and approved by the Commissioner's Court. We have not begun using this fiscal year's grant. And in just in past years, for 2019, the fiscal year was $245,000. Again, this year is $279,000. It does fluctuate.
Judge, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Not only on this grant, in which I support, but on the tracking of grants as far as compliance, who does that?
Well, we do it multiple ways, Commissioner. Both with the department is required to report, and then we have a grant accounting in the auditor, in the auditor's office, we have a grants division
Okay.
that also checks compliance.
Okay.
And then we have a team under budget who helps departments with that
Okay.
grant compliance piece.
The reason I asked you a question because we ran into a problem back a few years ago at the city as far as because we had grants in various departments, but no one was, they were not talking to each other. And we invariably had some problem with some grants that we potentially lost or almost lost. So I just make sure that we set up a system where we have like someone that oversight for compliance. And that was a big issue, it was for compliance.
Yes, sir.
So
We-
we are covered.
Yes, sir. And it's not that we won't at some point make some error in how we use a grant funding. But we do have checks and balances in place as far as reporting, how the grant is being spent. We do have checks and balances in place there.
I just wanna make sure that we never get in a situation where we lose money in any of our grants.
Well, there have been times where we've lost money, either we didn't fulfill like the grant, we didn't award, like if we had to go out and hire a contractor to do a portion of a grant,
Right.
and we were unable to hire the contractor. So there have been times where we've lost funding because of our inability to use the funding,
Okay.
even though there was a need. So, we always are continually trying to improve how we manage grants. And, but as far as the concern you have about general checks and balances, I believe we have good checks and balances in place.
This is my main concern, that we have internal procedures
Yes,
that we monitor.
And I'll let you know that whenever the state agency usually has an issue with a submission, the county judge gets an email, I get an email, and the administrative department under the grant gets the email. I forward that to my financial administration section for grants, and we communicate with the home department to make sure that, you know, whatever the state needed, it gets resolved and they respond, and usually it's same day response back to the agency. So we have some checks and balances.
Additionally, while I talk about Office of County Budget and Fiscal Policy, additionally, my team is also setting up some new tools to be used in FY20 to do some quarterly financial reporting back to departments to let them know what their spending and drawdown status is, to avoid the lack of spending, or at least to be as transparent and aware of what our spending status is, allowable use of funds, so that we can do everything we can to maximize utilization of the awarded funds for their intended purpose.
I want to move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Salmonero.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Just real quick before Sergeant Washington leaves, I just wanted to compliment him on the way he presented the grant. I think that was more information and background than we often receive on grants, and I really appreciated that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
I appreciate that.
You have a good day.
Thank you. Betsy, we also spoke about, you know, the sensitivity of grants that we might end up picking up, that we do that in a timely basis, that we don't get sort of, you know, caught that we are gonna lose we have that situation, we're gonna lose a position, and we're right up to the.
So we're working on a way when you look at grants. And so what I've talked to Wally and Melissa about is when the court approves a grant, it's a lot different psychological process than taking on a grant. So we need a different system when we evaluate grants, even if we think the funding is gonna come through. We need a different way of looking at those. We've been talking about it, and I need to talk to you all individually and then as a group about that process. I don't think you are ever in the exact mind frame of the decision of bringing a grant onto the budget until it's at the time that happens. And the reason why is it depends on our financial situation at the time. It depends on the ebb and flow of the services that the grant is providing at the time. So we've been talking about the possibility of setting up a grant contingency so that it would allow us a period of time to continue the program, but have a more in-depth analysis and discussion at the time that the grant is actually lost. So that's something I want to talk to you about further about a procedure, but it would be a set time that, okay, we'll pick it up for 3 months. But during that 3 months, we're going to be bringing you all, because it's very easy to come in and say, this grant does really good work in our community. Well, every grant we have does good work in our community. But it's when you're analyzing it against other work and the cost of that other work, and you're prioritizing what you want to continue to do, it's a different mindset. And so we need to figure out that procedure. The thing is we often don't learn that a grant didn't come through until at the end of budget or after budget's even been adopted or, you know, mid-year. So we really need to work through that procedure with you all.
So one of the tasks that my team has for this year is putting together like a scoring matrix, so to speak, so that even at the application status And that's where Betsy says, you know, she wants to get together with you on her one-on-ones, is make sure as we put these
We're getting
criteria.
off topic, sorry,
Okay.
we're way off topic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
on
you.
her one-on-ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me.
Fine.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, sir, thank you.
Item number 13, human resources. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the first and second amendment to the master service agreement between the County of El Paso and Aetna Life Insurance Company for third-party administration services for the county's health and dental plan and related services. Funding is available in IS Health Dental Claims, contract number 2019-0550 and 2019-0553.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Berenice Goza with the Human Resources Department. The purpose of today's agenda item is to seek the court's approval on the first and second amendment of the master service agreement with Aetna Life Insurance. In 2018, Commissioners Court did award a request for proposal to Aetna to serve as the county's third-party administrator for the county's health and dental plan and related benefits. Based on the RFP, the county, with the assistance of the health consultants and Aetna, developed the first and second amendment to the existing master service agreement. The master service agreement sets forth the terms and conditions under which Aetna agrees to render services and under which the county agrees to receive those services and compensate Aetna for such services. The First Amendment covers the administrative costs from January until April of 2019, and the Second Amendment covers the administrative costs beginning in April of 2019. The administrative costs associated with the Master Service Agreement are funded through the Risk Pool Fund. Those services included are the TPA Claims Administration for Medical and Dental, which include Managed Medical and Dental Provider Network, Pharmacy Benefit Management Programs. It also includes Employee Assistance Programs, Stop Loss Reinsurance, COBRA and HIPAA Administration, Disease Management Programs, Wellness Programs and Initiatives, Retiree Medical Insurance to include the Medicare Advantage Plan, Third-Party Administrator Eligibility Services, and IRS Section 125 Pre-Tax Administration. A detailed description of the fees are contained within the agreements. During the award of the RFP in December of 2018 and this year's budget session, staff informed the court of the changes that were negotiated in preparation of the contract, which I'll be going over, with the exception of the stop loss and Medicare Advantage plan, as those items have already been brought to the court for approval on separate occasions. The contract will continue to maintain the retention of existing services and network. The significant changes include option for a Mexico network, which will allow employees to obtain medical services and pharmacy in Mexico beginning January 1st of 2020. In-network pharmacy cost reductions, EAP cost reductions, and the In-Touch Care program, which will provide a targeted support to address members' immediate and future health needs. An annual $20,000 communication allowance, which will assist us to market information to employees. An annual $125,000 wellness allowance to assist with our strategic employee health and wellness plan. And
How much was
incentives,
that, Berenice? Sorry, that,
$125,000. And that's annually. A one-time $400,000 in administrative fee credits, and $150,000 wellness support for a wellness employee position for the first 3 years. The term of the contract is for a 3-year period with a renewal option for 3 additional 1-year periods. Both amendments were approved by the Risk Pool Board during their meeting on September 18, 2019. Does the court have any questions?
move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Salmonello?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 14, Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action for a variance request from the County of El Paso subdivision regulations for Hillside Park Units 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Gilbert Saldaña with Planning and Development. Hillside Park Units 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be a subdivision development of approximately 154 acres and is located approximately half mile south of Pelicano and approximately 2 miles east of Loop 375. The subject property is in precinct number 3 in the Horizon area and will be served with water and sewer by Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District. The developer, Hunt Communities, is requesting a variance from the El Paso County subdivision regulations on the following. Reduce the minimum right-of-way width from 60 to 54 feet with 34 feet of pavement. Reduce the minimum lot size from 6,000 to 4,700 square feet. Reduce the minimum lot frontage width from 50 to 47 feet. This variance conforms with the 2014 Alternative Subdivision Design Standards. This subdivision development contains approximately 700 lots. Regional ponding will contain runoff from the entire subdivision. On this exhibit, the proposed roadway section is shown. As part of the variance request, the developer will be dedicating a park of approximately 1.94 acres in Unit 4, which is shown on the left side of the exhibit, and a series of parks in Unit 6 on the right side, totaling approximately 2.48 acres that will be part of a hike and bike trail system through the region.
Can I ask a question before we go further?
Absolutely.
On the parks,
Yes, sir.
they go provide the space for the parks, what's going to be included?
The amenities are all, I guess, the next thing I was going to mention is that all these lots, all these parks are going to be maintained by the Paso del Este Municipal Utility District.
Okay.
And so they're the ones, the entity that will, I guess, dictate what amenities will go into those parks.
The reason I asked you a question because of my previous experience in the past and when we changed some of the policies whereby the developer were required to provide the space, but the amenities will come back to the city. I don't want to be in a situation where if the developer is required, and then the other thing where they were able to, with a minimum fee, to buy out of providing the amenity, which means that the community say, well, wait a minute, you're supposed to have a park over here. Then to come back to the city, in this case the county, and say, well, we need amenities in the park. You gave us a space for a park, but it's not a park. So we want this. So I want to make sure that whomever, the developer or someone is responsible, and will make sure that they will provide the amenities that go in the park. Because a piece of land is a piece of land. You can't say it's a park. Because we take your kids out and say, well, we go to the park. Well, mommy, dad, where's the swing? Where's the slide? Where's the market? Where's the baseball field? This is the park. Yeah, piece of land. So I do make sure that we are covering all bases.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So actually, that's pretty much the end of it. Our department recommends approval of this variance request from the county subdivision regulations, which conforms to the 2014 subdivision alternative design standards. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners?
There is a variety of, they're not just all, the four smallest lots, right? Yes, they're, if I go back to the exhibit, there is a mixture, so all these colors, they're the four different categories. Sorry. The coloring represents the categories of the different sizes of lots. So the yellow ones represent the 6,000. So a lot of these lots are larger than 6,000. And the blue, the pink, and the purple represent the ones that are slightly smaller than the 6,000. And those are the ones that are located near the park, so that they're within a quarter-mile walking distance to the park. then on the ponding is also,
Yes, so the ponds, you'll see a variety or different ponds that you can see them by with all the, I guess, the contouring. So the entire subdivision is gonna be, have regional ponding, so there's not gonna be any runoff discharging from the sites after it's developed.
and I'm sorry, and is there a maximum number of the 4,700? They can't just
There
build
is.
all 47, so.
Correct, I think under the range between 47 and 5,000, it's only, I think it's 15%.
Okay.
And staff has looked at the percentages of number of lots, and they do fall within the criteria set forth.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the fixed price construction agreement between County of El Paso and Paragon Enterprises LLC for the construction of the County Employee Fitness and Wellness Center in the amount of $1,867,229.19. Funding is available in CP Courthouse Improvements LL Cap Out Renovation and IS H&L Fund Cap Out Renovation. Contract number 2019-0338.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. This morning, we're requesting the judge's signature on the contract for this item that was awarded on August 26th. This project includes the Wellness Center, the security wall, sidewalks, and the floor tiles to make it a complete project. With the court's authorization, we can move forward to execute this project. We anticipate the project taking about 300 days to be completed. Any questions that I can answer for the court?
Norma, was there an increase in the cost from the beginning to now?
When we started with the project, it only included the Wellness Center, and we had a separate budget for the sidewalks. We went ahead and put the project to include the sidewalks because that way it would address the flooding issues that we had. So, and then we came back and included the security wall and then the floor tiles. The last one was the floor tiles to make it a complete project.
What was that cost difference? Do you recall?
I don't have the numbers with me, Commissioner. Do you have any? 400,000 for the
added projects.
For the added projects was an additional 400,000.
So actually it would be, the actual wellness center would be 1.4, more or less. And then the difference would be what you're trying to accomplish around it.
Yes, the sidewalks and
500, it was 510,000.
Yes.
Yeah, and you had that on your agenda April 26th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, August 26th.
August 26th, yes.
But we agreed on the
Yes,
additional
sir.
components.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
I've been opposed to this project since the beginning, so I'll vote no.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 16 with a correction from the county attorney's office. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the float entry application for the county to participate in the 2019 Sun Bowl Parade as a float sponsor. Further allocate funds for the construction of the float in the amount not to exceed $10,000. Contract number 2019-0766.
For the record, Norma Rivera Palacios. In an effort to promote county government, we're requesting the court's approval to build a float and participate in this year's Sun Bowl Parade. We were going to use our staff, infrastructure staff, to build the float. This is the first time for us, so we hope to be successful. We're including park staff and infrastructure staff to accomplish this task.
Hey, let me ask you, because, it's I sort of threw it at you very quickly, and there's some people that are working 6 months prior, and when I heard that they're estimating $250,000 people to be at the parade and I believe, maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of the people that go to the parade are the people from, our constituents from Far East and Fabens and all of these areas, but then we don't have any representation ourselves. And of course, we wanted to look at a focus on economic development, and sort of a utilitarian approach would be that, we promote that the county participates, one. Secondly, that, we can promote the mission that we have, which is part of the economic development. And so I thought there was a variety. But my question still is that you feel comfortable that it's something that we could do this year? And it's maybe, I don't know if Veronica wants to address where we're at before we go into deciding as to whether or not you could pull this off in such a short period of time, or it's better to wait for the following year.
So the reason I placed it on the agenda item this week is because we wouldn't have a commissioner's court next week since it's a holiday. And I wanted the court's approval so that we can continue to look into this. We've had, it was kind of last minute, and so I sent the contract to the county attorneys, and we started looking into what it would take. We've also identified the staff that we would have to pull from some other projects. And we looked at, based on talent and what we think and they've done before, we identified the staff that we would need. So we would move some of our infrastructure staff, like I mentioned earlier, to build the structure itself using wrought iron and plywood. And then at one point, we would bring in park staff to help with the decorating of the float itself. We want to help, like I mentioned before, we've never done a float before. We're just anticipating it would take us about 3 weeks to get the structure done, and then maybe another week or so to complete the project as far as decorations go. And so, I think, Veronica, you have anything else to add?
We just visited the warehouse on Saturday, and so to your point of how long they've been working on them since July. August, they've been working on the float, so we're a little behind. So I'm thinking if we put something together this year, it won't be anything very elaborate. Something maybe on a smaller scale. They have a theme every year. The theme this year is bobbleheads. So we'll have to decide whose bobbleheads is going to be up there. And
That almost discouraged me from doing anything, because I'm trying to figure how bobbleheads and maybe a mission and priest with bobbleheads, and that was a hard kind of thing to figure out.
And it has
how
to
it fits in.
So we talked to them about our float depicting the missions. And then we talked about the bubbleheads, and we're not sure what we would have there because it can't be religious, it can't be political. And so we're also working with the county attorneys because we are also identifying some other concerns that have been brought up to our attention, such as insurance. And so, but I just wanted to make sure the item was here to see what how the court felt about this and not delay it any longer, because if not, we wouldn't have enough time.
Yeah. And I too wanted the commissioners to, their feedback as to, like I said, my assumption is that we want to take advantage of so many people and that the county participates. There's so many ways to, advertise, but not at the cost of what it would cost to get 250,000 people to be aware that we exist, and that they feel good about the fact that they're part of the county and that there's something countywide, because it becomes almost a city parade. And the county, we bring the constituents, but not the participants. So that was the idea, to see how the court felt about participating and your thoughts.
Well, Judge, I think that it's a great idea to have a float and have the participation in the parade itself. But I look at a lot of the other big parades, on TV, the Rose Bowl parade, where other cities and counties they have a float in those parades. But I would ask the question as far as I wouldn't want to limit to just the parade. We have the 4th of July parade, the other parades, so would we be able to capable to participate in the other parades as well?
You mean the have it in such a way that we could use a float for different
Yeah,
events and.
right, like we have Fourth of July, and we have a Veterans Day parade, so we have a multitude of parade that we potentially could participate, so we would be able to adjust and do that.
Well, if you wanna go with the missions, I'm sorry, if you wanna go with the missions, the theme has already been approved.
No,
So I
well, yeah,
called and I
know,
said this is
but
a
this is
cultural
what I'm
and
saying.
historical, idea,
Right.
and they said, yes, that's fine. So that has already been
I'm
accepted.
thinking from a standpoint of participation, would we be able to use this float or make some adjustments, and we can do other parade?
Yes.
And I
If
think,
we approve it.
and I think if we can continue to use this float, I don't think it'd be a problem. Because the summer months are the busiest for our infrastructure department. You know, that's when we were doing paving and a lot of our striping and stuff. So that's, wouldn't be possible to take them away from that because our paving's based on temperature.
Right.
And so, but I think if we can continue to build on this float, I think that would be possible,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is that number, the range of the 10,000, like, to the right or to the left of what we're, I mean, do you think it's gonna be a lot less, a lot, at 10,000?
I think it might be a little less than that, but I didn't want to have to come back to the court or delay it because we didn't have the funding. And so that's why we set it at 10,000 based on what we've seen from other floats.
And
You know, some of them are elaborate. $50,000 is
So
something
I
they've
reached
used.
out to one of our departments who's done a float in the parades for a number of years, and it's the juvenile probation facility. Through their challenge program, they raise donations, item donations, service donations, and their youth and adults. The average cost the last couple of years has been about $6,000 that they spend in external funding. So $10,000 probably isn't too far off. I think it's probably maybe a little more than we need, but certainly not extravagant, that's not huge. But I know, having sat from the sidelines watching the last few parades, we've had our sheriff's posse, the sheriff's, a number of our constables in the parade with their units rolling down the street, and juvenile probation has actually been an award winner once or twice over the last few years.
Yeah, the other thing that we talked about is pretty much what we're trying to do with the memorial, and that is get a lot of county employees to participate. So in any way we could encourage that they help with the decoration and that part of it would, if we agree on that, that would be one of the components.
We could try, we'll see what we can do about including county staff. Our initial thoughts were that the infrastructure would start building it out there in Fabens because that's where we have the vehicles that we're gonna use, the equipment we're gonna use. And we have some of the staff that's going to use the wrought iron and the plywood and solder some of the material and stuff. And then once we start, I think, decorating, I think at that point we can include anybody who wants to participate, definitely, yes.
One, we have people that we require to be there, we also promote volunteering.
Yes.
And I think just for information, you said that the JPT used all donations? Oh, okay, that's an option.
In the future. Because now, the parade is on the 25th.
The 21st, it's the actual day of Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
The
so it's the
Thanksgiving parade is the day
27th,
after.
28th, so it's in the 28th, so we don't have a lot of time. But I think that encouraging people to come and help us is a great option. And, we'll be better prepared for next year, definitely. We know what it takes
I
now.
thought it could be a fundamental kind of situation that we could build on.
Yes.
That we could make it a little better, but getting involved, especially, I don't know, just, I think it's an important time for us to be promoting the county and the things that we do, and I think that would be one avenue. But Commissioner Pettis?
I was gonna say, I know this item is well intentioned, but I mean, personally, I don't think this is an appropriate use of taxpayer funds. Typically for things of this nature, these floats take a long time. Usually there is corporate sponsorships, and then usually employees or other personnel will donate their time over a period of months. I think this is cutting it short, but to use taxpayer funds, but then also we're pulling 6 staff members from my understanding, that from road striping and shoulder maintenance is also just something very concerning to me. I mean, I get a lot of calls about striping in particular and the safety issues that come along with it. And, I just don't think that taxpayer funds should go to this. If there was a corporate sponsor, if folks were volunteering their time, I think it's entirely appropriate. But I just don't think it sends the right message to taxpayers, particularly after that their taxes were raised pretty significantly this fiscal year.
And that was my question. Typically, the things I've proposed have been with, like the memorial or the wall, have been through donations and so forth. This one sort of came up a little quicker, that I wasn't prepared to move in that direction, but if that's what the court favors, I think, not this time, I don't think I would be able to get a corporate sponsor like that, but I think that would be a way to do that. So maybe what I'd like to recommend is that you look at least give it a full understanding of what it takes, and maybe a cost thing, and maybe look at it a little bit more, elegant, I guess would be the word, going forward. But it was something I felt we could start looking at. I just didn't have the time to be able to find a corporate sponsor to do that, sort of what we did with the other projects that I've presented here at the court.
How many staff members are going to be using?
We're
Is it
pulling
full-time?
6 full-time employees we would be using initially.
Full-time on the project?
I'm sorry?
If it's full-time on the project itself?
Yes,
For 1 month,
dedicated to the,
For 1
yes.
month? And then the rest of you be volunteers?
Yes, for the decorating, we would pull volunteers to complete the decorations. Probably be us and some of the volunteers.
Other individuals in the community will come out and volunteer as well.
We wanted to invite county employees and see
Right.
anybody who's
Yeah.
wanting, has an interest in helping us, definitely.
I think that the county employees who will be involved in this will help promote pride in what they do, and show more pride towards the organization itself. I don't think this is a bad idea. The issue about spending tax dollars, that is a concern, but there's some I support that move to approve.
Well, I'll second.
Commissioner Perez?
No.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Salmonelli?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, before you guys go, now, once you build the float, now the county judge is gonna be on the float, right?
All of us.
Okay.
Where is the bobbleheads?
No. Yeah.
Just have him move his head.
I told him to drive, we could see the bubble, and then cover me.
Item number 17, purchasing. Approve award recommendation to remove and replace fire pump at the El Paso County Courthouse in the Region 19 Job Order Contract 18-7293, awarded to Mirador Enterprises of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $70,087. Purchasing approved on September 25, 2019. Funding is available in CP Improvement 01 equipment.
Deborah Cabrejo, County Purchasing Agent.
Morning.
Good morning. We are requesting approval to use the Region 19 job order contract to do the, to uninstall and replace the fire pump in the courthouse, which is part of the fire suppression system. This has met all the requirements of job order contracting, and if you approve this, it will go to a local El Paso vendor.
Did we talk about this one before?
I don't know, but
Public Works had
Mr.
talked about some of the issues that,
Mr. Sully is here if you would like to ask some specific questions about the fire suppression system.
yes, please.
Mr. Sully.
Good morning, Judge, County Commissioner, Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Didn't you bring this issue to us once before, about not only this one, some other issues that we got to Council President?
Not about the pump, Commissioner Robinson. This is about the fire pump downstairs on the ground floor. This is completely different.
Okay. And what, so we're contracting this out?
Yes, sir. We're contracting it out
What was
because
the timeframe?
upon completion of the contract,
Right.
which would take probably about 30, 45 days, that's when we will assign it to the vendor to start the work.
So what if we didn't do it?
If we didn't do what, sir?
Approve this?
We didn't approve it, we'll just continue to drive on with the one that we have and try to find an alternate solution. Right now, the one we have a diesel fire pump. That diesel fire pump is outdated, it's over 20 years old. Parts and stuff is getting more difficult to find and getting more difficult to maintain.
So what risk will we take if we don't do it?
Well, if we don't do it, we won't really have a backup source if we lose power here. It's a possibility that we may need parts. It's still working, but it's like putting a Band-Aid on it. We want to go ahead on and upgrade it.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Salomon?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Sully, thank you.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, sir.
This now brings us to item number 8, executive session. I'm sorry, item number 18, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 18A through 18E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048. all county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698
Commissioners,
Van
Court
Lane,
has
El
reconvened
Paso,
to
Texas,
regular open session.
79838.
Item number 19, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a first amendment to the Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with EWMP1 LLC, Contract 2019-0695.
So that, the recommendation for this one would be no action?
Item number 20, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a first amendment to the Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with SDI Technologies, Inc., Contract number 2019-0479.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with Economic Development. I have with me today Mayra de del Canal, who is going to go over the amendment that we are proposing to the contract agreement.
County Judge Commissioners, Mayra de la Canal, Economic Development. Project SDI was approved by Commissioners Court and fully executed on October 30th, 2017. The proposed amendment will be the first amendment to the 381 agreement. Project SDI, applicant SDI Technologies Incorporated, was founded in 1956, and it is the largest privately held consumer electronics company in the USA. In 1980, the company started manufacturing speaker systems in Juarez and opened its first El Paso warehouse in 1988. El Paso was selected among 3 other communities to consolidate warehouse and logistics activities. The company capital investment for the new facility amounts to $15 million between personal and real property. Before construction of the new facility, the company hired 44 positions, which were retained, and will create 44 new additional full-time positions with a weighted average of $26,243. The new facility is a 276 square feet facility located at 12285 Gateway West. The minimal appraised value is $12.6 million for real property. The company built out a new facility to consolidate 2 existing operations in El Paso and accommodate future expansion. The County of El Paso awarded 50% of real property incremental value tax rebates in the amount of $517. As per Section 2 term and grant period, grantee was provided with 6 years for the life of the agreement and 5 consecutive for grant period. We customarily provide applicant with adequate time to start the project, complete the project, obtain certificate of occupancy, wait for a new tax year, and reach full valuation. What I just described, it takes approximately 2 years, plus 5 consecutive years for tax rebates and 1 less year to collect last tax rebate. Economic Development is proposing to modify and correct the term of the agreement from 6 years to 8 years. The extension of the agreement will not impact the tax rebate to applicant nor the county inflow. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to address any questions you might have.
Move to approve to modify the agreement as recommended by staff.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Salmonett?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thanks for your time and attention. Have a great afternoon.
This completes all the items on today's agenda.
Okay, did you want to?
Is there an item that you all wanted to rediscuss?
Just clarify.
On the agenda?
Yes, clarification.
If you will,
You have to make a motion to
Reopen.
to open.
okay, I'm gonna need a little bit of time to compile the previous meetings and the cost history. If you can give me just
You want to recess?
like,
You want to recess?
like a, 10-minute recess? And I can compile the cost data history.
Well, just recess first, and then reconsider.
Commissioners Court will recess.
So the idea though is that somebody who voted in favor of it has to make the motion, right? So if somebody voted against it, they cannot make the motion. So you may want to make the motion now and see if the other members of the court actually want to reconsider before you have Betsy go through everything that you're gonna have to do.
Yeah, there's just some concern about the numbers.
So we need a motion before we can start talking about it this week.
So is there a motion to reconsider?
Cool.
And it would be, if the court so wishes, it would be a motion to reconsider item
15.
number
15.
15.
I'm gonna have to reconsider it, just a clarification on it.
Well, we need to reopen it, Commissioner.
And what kind of,
It's just, I make a motion to reopen item number 15.
okay, motion to open item number 50.
Thank you.
Okay, and then a recess for 10 minutes?
We need a second.
We need a second.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, well, the item is not gonna be, I think the motion's gonna die for,
Well, the judge just said he made a motion.
Right.
Right, is there a second?
Okay.
But, so the motion dies for lack of a second.
Correct.
However, I will provide, if it's the pleasure of the court.
Legally, I'm not allowed to make the second, right?
It's,
I think you can, Commissioner.
for the sake of discussion, I believe
Yeah.
that anybody can make a second.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll make a second.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Stuck?
So, I mean, what we're doing here is we're gonna reconsider and there's gonna be another vote on whether we
No, there doesn't have to
approve
be,
or not?
there doesn't have to be another vote, it's just, we're just asking for clarification on the cost that they provided.
Do you want it to be a motion, can they just reopen the item and not reconsider it?
You know, if we're reopening the item, you're reopening it up for another discussion and for another vote. It should be clarified, if we're reopening it up, it's another consideration and another open item for discussion. So it would be my recommendation to ensure the clarity of the record that it would, that there'd be another vote on the item.
I'm just curious as to why we're reopening it.
Just the numbers weren't adding up as far as the
Okay.
base, yeah, would you explain?
I mean, but the item's not open yet, so.
Right.
The base construction cost was $750,000. We were told that there was a $500,000 increase, but that's $1.25 million. There's still a gap between that and the 1.8 million that was. I'm just seeking further clarification.
Okay, so well, let's just vote to, I'll say aye just so we can have the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson? And Judge Samanepa?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, and then we're gonna recess. I do wanna go compile information. I do recall originally it was 1.2 million. But, and then we did bring a correction or an additional cost. But but there were some reasons why. Let me go compile that information. Because I know there's things we added into the project, like the sidewalks and the.
Yeah, I thought the additional cost had to do with the sidewalk part, not the actual
But let me compile it. I'd rather break it down.
Okay.
Just because there were two options we had.
$750 from this on August 31st from the architect and engineer.
Okay, let me get it broke down and we'll.
Okay, so we
we're
can
gonna
recess until you have that
yes.
information, or?
Yes.
About 10 to 15.
Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes. Can we say until 2 o'clock?
I just wanted to
Commissioners Court will recess
talk real quick about the
for 10 minutes.
Till 2 o'clock, 15
Till 2 o'clock.
minutes.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess until 2 p.m.
I just wanted to talk about it.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, October 14th in observance of the Columbus Day holiday. All county offices will reopen on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 15, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the fixed price construction agreement between the County of El Paso and Hurricane Enterprises LLC for the construction of the County Employee Fitness and Wellness Center in the amount of $1,867,229.19. Funding is available in CP Courthouse Improvement LL Cap Out Renovation and IS H&L Fund Cap Out Renovation, contract number 2019-0338.
Judge, Commissioners, so in reviewing, when this item was brought almost exactly a year ago from today, it was brought on October 1st, 2018. The item from HR at that point, which was to receive a presentation and provide input on the wellness center design for the unused space in the lower level of the county courthouse. This is prior to us looking at resurfacing the courtyard floors. The courtyard floor on the other side, the unimproved area. The project estimated cost, and this again was just an estimate because at that time we had not gone out for bid. The estimated cost was $1.2 million, and the funding that was available was $1.437 million. So we had $531,000 in capital and $906,000 in the risk fund at that time. So then we did go out. We went out for bid. The bids came in. The company that was selected is the base bid is, and I don't know if I'm allowed to break down the individual costs, but I believe these were all in the backup.
Okay.
So the base bid plus the sidewalks plus the aesthetic perimeter fencing or perimeter area totaled approximately 1.6. So it was 1.2 plus 189 plus 352,000. Then to redo the courtyards was another 208,000. That's where our total of 1.8 million comes up. So.
And the courtyards is what we talked about most recently,
Yes,
that
sir.
addition, but that doesn't necessarily have to do with the wellness center itself.
Correct.
It has to do with the aesthetics of the.
Correct. And this is a package price. This is why it's a package price. It also includes, so the sidewalks that we're doing, redoing the entrance to the courthouse, that was a separate project. Public Works suggested we put the two together because they're gonna need to be done congruently or concurrently. You don't want one being torn up and then be having to be changed again while you work on the other one. They felt like it was one project that should be done all together. So we had separately gotten a CIP allocation for the sidewalks. So the 1.8 is everything combined. It's the sidewalks, it's the redoing the courtyard, and the sidewalk may also be part of what's throwing it off because the sidewalk pricing, and this is the one where we're doing the pretty aesthetic like pavers, and it's gonna say, the presentation, it'll have like a county seal in the center of the walkway, but done out of paver type stone bricks. So it got rolled into the gym pricing and bid, but that's part of it.
Betsy, with the sort of public optics of people thinking we're spending 1.8 million on a gym, is there any way that publicly we could separate that people know the actual cost? Because people are now telling me, I thought it was $1 million.
It's 1.2 million.
Yeah.
And 500,000 of that is coming from us and the other is coming from the wellness fund. So that's not, so that's that $900,000 is not considered taxpayer.
It's partially taxpayer, partially employee contributions. And
The 900,000 or the?
yes, the 900. So the 900,000 is out of the health fund, which is made up of contributions from the county and contributions from employees into that fund.
But that money is not general fund money that can be used to pay for somebody's salary.
No, it's risk
That
pool fund.
That can be used to pay for cost of living increases for people or anything like that, right?
Not directly from the fund, no, sir. Not unless it's directly related to the health insurance or the health coverage for employees. So the base is 1.2, and then the additional improvements, the sidewalk, the aesthetics, and And there's two reasons behind the aesthetics. One, when we originally started this project and we met with members of the court, one of the things was, what can we do to improve this? As we were discussing this, the conversations with the members of the court at the time would bring up, can we also include some improvements to the aesthetics of the courthouse at the ground level? And so that's the aesthetic screening, if you will, and also part of it was the privacy aspect of people down there using the facility and not having people up above watching them use the facility. So the aesthetic screening is one of the major costs. It's $352,000, and then the courtyards were $208,000.
I don't know where I got the 750,000 from. That's what confused me.
I'm not sure either, because from the time before I even came from HR to administration, I remember the 1.2 million number, which is what the base bid, it came in at 1.19 million.
So 750,000 from risk pool, 500,000 from county general.
900 from risk pool.
900,000 from risk pool, and then 500,000 from
General fund.
general fund.
And then we allocated money for the sidewalks, and then we took the additional funding for the courtyard from capital.
You could break that down, because I
Sure.
get a lot of questions about that.
Absolutely.
In promoting health and wellness, is it possible, I know there was something tied to that, what we did at the city, where we had a reduction in insurance?
We do that, sir. We do multiple programs. I don't want to get in trouble, but we do multiple, for going off track, but we do multiple programs. We give discounts if you complete health risk assessment and participate in a annual screening. And then we also, if you participate in activities like attending a gym regularly, you get up to $180 every 6 months back in your cost of that membership. And then we do also, another thing is every activity you participate in and do is an entrance into a drawing, and we have a drawing every year in December. As a matter of fact, for those of you who walked for NAMI, I submitted you for a drawing entry for our health fund, where there's a gift card drawing in December each year, and there's multiple levels of gift cards that the county health fund gives to employees who participate in different wellness activities. And every time you participate, you get an entry.
So this would be the benefit, this project would be a benefit to the county from the economic standpoint.
Well, the concept is the healthier our employees are, the more productive they are, and the lower cost they are to us on the health plan.
Right.
And generally, I've watched the national healthcare cost trends just over many, many years. And I think, anywhere the lowest I've seen them trend is about 7%. I've seen them trend to 12 or 13% a year. And while we've had increases on our health plan, they generally have not outpaced that trend that you see on the national level for the cost of healthcare and health plans.
And what percentage of employees do you anticipate using the gym?
So I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I'll have to get it. But right now, the number who have a gym membership, it's actually higher than you would. I've always found it higher than I expected it to be. So as far as the number who will convert to using our gym, I don't recall what the estimate is.
We have 3,000 employees countywide, and how many are located downtown?
Between the jail and NPR and this building, close to 2,000 of them. Probably 15 to 1,800, I would say easily.
Okay, well, that was just a clarification. we need.
Just to be clear then, the court did take action earlier to approve moving forward with this construction contract, which was for item number 15, and what I'm hearing is that there's no proposed changes or any proposed or a new motion that would be proposed at this time. And so if so, then the previous motion would, and action that this court took at this meeting would stand. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This completes today's meeting at 2:25 p.m.
Thank you.